Instead of going down, it gets turned up. All right, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another day of fun-filled racing and nonsense from up top, the rooftop at Fairmount Park. My name is Keith. Peter will be up in just a little bit. Okay, right now, those of you take a break from lunch. Sorry about that. Please stand if you are able. Take off those hats for the playing of our Star-Spangled Banner. All right, time to jot these down on the bottom of your shoe. Here are today's changes, rapid fire. If you miss any of them, don't worry about it. Just look at your TV monitors. They splash all over the bottom like every 2 minutes, okay? We're off to a rollicking start. In race 1, scratch the 3. That's Caroline's Heart. In the second race, scratch out number 2, Wildwood Adios. And number 7, Come On Lady. So in the second race, scratch the 2 and the 7. Race number 3, scratch the Argonaut. Number 5, make the 7 1 pound overweight. Fourth race is clear. No worries about the fourth race. Fifth race, scratch out number 5, WW Grand Finale. Sixth race is clear. Race number 7, scratch the 7, Holding Michael or Holden Michael. Blinkers will remain on number 5. That's Steve. Steve will stick with the blinkers no matter what the program says, and make the rider of Steve in race number 7, Alexander Bendezu. In the 8th and final race, scratch out number 4, Maggie's Little Bee, and the 9 horse will be ridden 1 pound over. Let's head down to Peter Lorre. What say you about today's card, young man?
Well, I could say a lot of things there, Mr. Keith Nelson, but you're looking spry as usual. Good afternoon, everybody, especially those of you who are watching us or just joining us over on YouTube channel. Glad to see that you could make it here for this Horse Hooky Tuesday. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit warm, but better than it's been. And I know from what it looks like in the forecast, it's supposed to be raining tomorrow. So good news for us out there playing. Plenty to talk about. Let's talk about what happened on Friday. Friday, nominations closed for this year's edition of the 2026 St. Louis Derby, and 41 horses were nominated. That's very impressive, with some horses coming in from the Kenny McPeak barn, Brad Cox, and yes, even a couple from the Hall of Famer trainer Bob Baffert. Also, as I expected, Judd Mott and Brad Cox winning last year's edition. You tend to think there might be an international flavor. No confirmations yet, but they have gone through the nomination process. Several horses coming over from across the pond. So hopefully they show up. It could be a very, very exciting race, and that will be a week from this Saturday, the 2026 St. Louis Derby. If you can't be here on track, by all means, join us by way of YouTube television. Let's get down to it. Our Groom of the Week and our Barn of the Week, well, Furman Velasquez. Congratulations out to Furman, who is our groom of the week. And the barn of the week, well, that's Brian Cook's operation. So, Brian, well done, sir. I believe this is your first one. So, many more, hopefully, to be fine. The jockey standings really has not changed. Alexander Bendesu, who, by the way, as you mentioned, Keith mentioned, is going to be riding Steve. Every time I see this horse's name, I just want him to win, just so we can say, at the wire, it's Steve. Bendesu's got 47 winners going into today's card, 32 for Ademir Santos. Right behind her at 31 is Johannes Arengaran, and then, of course, Victor Lar, 28, and Angel Stanley with 19. The trainers, yeah, they don't change too much. Scotty Decker's got 37. Jimmy Watkins had a winner again last Tuesday, as we did not run on Saturday. Sad, but on the air of caution. I thought it was the right decision. 23 winners. Ralph Martinez has got 18. And then we have a tie between the Manley Barn and the Lynch Barn at 17. So, looks like a nice little 8-race card. By the way, some good-sized fields for Saturdays. I'm going to be diving into that this afternoon. But first things first, we got ourselves a Pick 5 ticket coming up in 24 minutes. And on behalf of everyone here at Excel Entertainment, we'd like to welcome you to Fairmount Park. 16 minutes to post. Now, on behalf of all of us here at Excel Entertainment, we want to welcome you to a Horse Hooky Tuesday, especially for those of you watching us over on YouTube television. Let's get right into it here. This first race coming up to kick off the 50-cent pick 5 and a $1 pick 3. Yes, $1 pick 3. Love it. Let's get into it. It's 5.5 furlongs the distance, one scratch in the race. Caroline's Heart is out. Let's take a closer look at the field as you're down in the paddock. Looks like we're both on the same horse, and looks like the players are the same way, although I just didn't see that 2 to 5 morning line. Didn't make a lot of sense for me. Not saying that it won't be when it's all said and done. But Lolita J, 2 to 5 on the line. Big old question mark on that line for me, but I think is the right horse. Good second last time out. That was the first time since April coming back into Fairmount Park. They went over to Hawthorne, stretched it out. That did not work for them. They were third, but they were beaten 23 lengths. I call that being eased, but that's just me. Let's talk about Elias Lopez. 20% on the year. He is yet to get a winner here, though, as the trainer, although he's been knocking on the door. 0 for 5 with 2 seconds and a third. Frankie Reyes gets the call. Hey, he's making the most of the opportunities he's getting. Taking a closer look at this horse. The horse does not look bad. Good-looking horse. Got some good conformation. Definitely looks like a sprinter to me. Tail going swished, but that's nothing to worry about. The ears are going back and forth. That is a positive sign. Nice and relaxed. With the scratch of Caroline's Heart, I will not be surprised if Lolita J is the actual pace setter. We'll see. It could change. Move our attention to the 2. White Lick Road. Ben DeLong sends out. Formerly of the Dwayne Wells barn, was claimed for $5,000 here on May 26 by Ben DeLong. Its first effort, not good, but came back on July 18th and ran what seemed like a very, very competitive second last time out. And they were actually going a little faster than they did. They went 116 for 6 furlongs on June 9th. They came back on July 8th, 114 and 4, and that might have made up a little bit. But this horse now is showing some ability. I think the 2 of them are must-uses in the early pick 5. As you can see, this horse is built like a bullet and is getting the hose down. I really a tip of the cap to everyone here at Fairmount Park. Taking extra consideration, really putting the emphasis on the horse. Not to say that the other tracks aren't, but we get to see this up close and personal every single day. And I think it's paying in dividends. Well done, guys and gals. Angel Stanley gets the call, as I mentioned. He's having a very productive year. Strong rider. Horse is probably going to be sitting in that second flight, one would have to guess. There's the 5. And that's Tour de Port. Max Quinones, talk about limited starters, but he's hitting at 28%. This horse is an 0 for 9 at the distance, but has 2 seconds and 2 thirds. The numbers, they're good enough. I refer to the Brisnet speed indexes. Nobody here is really just setting the world on fire, but you don't expect it for a maiden claiming 5. This is another one. It's going to need some help up front and might get it. I think Maya's Warrior on the outside might also be part of that early pace picture. And if they do, you get the leading rider. Hasn't been seen, though, since Hawthorne on June 14th. The horse did race in 25 over the summer here at Fairmount Park. Didn't get a win, but just kind of was getting some minor awards. Rounding out the top 4 for yours truly, we go to the rail trip, and that is the gray, Rather Late. Coming off a freshening from June 27th of this year, was in the slop. There's another one, really hasn't shown much. 0 for 3 is yet to hit the board at the distance. 0 for 9, 1 minor award to speak of for the Dwayne Wells operation. The operation's still looking for their first winner of the year. 0 for 29 so far. Do I think they can win? Honestly, no. But they do get the positive side is Victor Lara. Victor Lara, high-flying apprentice, now a 5-pound. I think he's sitting in a spot where if it gets silly up front, if 2 or 3 horses decide, well, there's no speed, so I'm going, And if they lock each other up going 5.5, maybe this horse can get a piece. Just hasn't really shown the kick that they're going to need if they're going to do it. So we'll see. Worked a 51 at DuQuoin on July 31st. That's pretty slow. And then was working last in April at Keeneland, of all places, a 103 and 4 for 5 furlongs. That's right. Shake that head off. Shake it off. Get ready. Big performance says you're underestimating, I guess should be the term. And right now the bettors are liking this horse currently 7-2. 7-2. Third in the wagering. So I guess why not? 4-2-5-1, how I see it, I'm going to use the 2 and the 4, White Lick Road, and the 4 Lolita J in my pick 5 ticket. But I'm going to go with Lolita J on top. 4-2-5-1 to kick things off in the early pick 5. Horses coming out shortly, 10 minutes to post. Race number 1. Good luck.
$5,000 maiden claiming fillies and mares sprinting 5 1/2 furlongs for race number 1. Scratch out the 3 Caroline's Heart. So a field of 6 for win, play, show wagering, early daily double and early dollar pick 3s. You have trifectas and superfectas with exactas, and the 50-cent pick 5 gets started in 7 minutes over a fast track. Post time for the opener in 1 minute. That is 4 minutes. Just under 3 minutes. Less than 2 minutes. Fillies and mares are headed to the starting gate under 1 minute for race 1. Race 1 loading in. Maya's Warrior in rather late step forward. Right in the center, Tour de Port. Moving in, White Lick Road. Last one in, La Rose Blanche. Fillies and mares in the stalls, ready, and they're off. Big bump away from the gate between Tour de Port and La Rose Blanche. Out very well as your favorite, Lolita J. Maya's Warrior is now backtracking out of it from the top pair. Rather Late is gaining up along the fence. Also on the outside, La Rose Blanche is prominently placed in fourth. Striking towards the lead is Rather Late. Lolita J still has it by a neck. Up into third by that same margin is La Rose Blanche over the top of Maya's Warrior. Next around the turn they go is White Lick Road, and Rather Late on the scene, already under right-hand urging, is the 5 Tour de Port. Dueling leaders past the 550 onto the quarter pole in race 1. Rather Late and Lolita J. Lolita J a bit hamstrung now and takes back the lead, cutting that corner very wisely out by a length over Rather Late. On the scene moving forward is White Lick Road in third. Fourth is La Rose Blanche, but it's over up top. Lolita J gets hammered down late in the backing by 1-2. Good second for White Lick Road. Then it was Rather Late, and La Rose Blanche was fourth. Four, 2, 1, and 6 in race 1. Race 1 has gone official. Lolita J, $3, 210, 210. White Lick Road, 260, 220, and the one Rather Late, 280 a show. Trifecta, $4.15. Superfecta just over $2 into the winner's circle. Comes number 4, Lolita J and jockey Frank Reyes. Owned by Dean Karras, trained by Elias Lopez. 3-year-old daughter of violence out of the Tis Now mare, CC My Sis, bred in the bluegrass of Kentucky by Caldera Farm Incorporated. Winning time 5.5 furlongs over the fast going, 1:07 flat. Exacta $3.40. Coming up, race number 2. I'll head down to long shots. We'll call that off the TV in there. So come on in. The brisk findings. Get yourself a cool beverage and lunch. After the second race, we'll have Groom of the Week coming up in the winner's circle as well. Post time for race number 2, going the same distance that you just saw at 5.5, $4,000 claimers. Coming up next for, we have mares going 5.5, non-winners in a time-restricted race, or non-winners of 3 lifetime coming up. Scratch the 2 and scratch the 7 from race number 2 coming up in just about 20 minutes.
15 minutes to post for race number 2, second half of the early double. Also the start of another $1 pick 3 and a $1 pick 4. Welcome back, everybody. Looked like a good race coming up there. Good to see Frank Reyes picking up the winner there in the opener. And also very interesting, you don't see that too often. Keith and I both had a cold deck exacta 4-2. So it's not a lot of money, but let's just say if you spent $10 and went 4-2, your comeback would be $34. So sometimes when you got a horse that's getting bet down that low, you just got to find value somewhere. And hopefully that was value for some of you. Let's get to it. The second race on the card. 2 scratches to report. The 2 Wildwood Adios and the 7 Come On Lady are both out of the race. That's going to bring us down to a field of 6. Without any further ado, let's take a look at the runners. Horse coming into picture, top selection for myself. That's the 4 Frosted Eclair. I didn't think this horse would be favorite. Right now they're co-favorite. It's a tough one to make the case for, but I think I mentioned this a couple of weeks back with Ralph Martinez. He doesn't waste a ton of time. He just says, look, let's just put the horse where they can win, and if somebody wants them, take them. She is a 7-year-old mare. So it's not necessary that somebody is going to get in and take this one. It was formerly of the Jimmy Watkins barn and just for some reason hasn't been able to put it together. But they are now dropping this horse to the lowest they've ever been. So it's kind of yes or no. 2 for 10 at the distance, 4 for 10 hitting the board. So I think all indications are that if they're going to win, this could be the one. Now, did I single them? Oh, of course not. I also included the horse we're about to take a look, and that's the 1, Midnight's Girl for Frank Randazzo. Midnight Girl, a 7-year-old Midnight Storm, another older mare, whose pop was Pioneer of the Nile from an In Excess mare named Never Ever. She's not particularly big, as you can see, but she looks okay. Blinkers are going on. They block that rail look. Can't say I always love that because I want them to be able to see that rail. Of course, I'm losing my mind. If we were in Europe, that would be blocking the rail, but it's not. So I stand corrected. It's early, folks. I guess, for what I can guess, is when this horse sees the competition on her outside flank, she probably gets a little nervous. So they're adding that. She's been wearing blinkers for quite some time. Rainer Arietta aboard. This horse has not been seen here since May 19th. The last win came a starter in September of last year. 1 for 6 in the winner's circle of the distance, 5 for 6 hitting the board. Brisnett's speed index numbers, and again, if you believe in them, and I do, very competitive. Second top number in the field. Horse looks good. I'm actually surprised they haven't tried a little route time with the Pioneer of the Nile and In Excess. But we shall see. 7 for 35 lifetime, approaching 125,000 in earnings. There's the 5 Long Tall Woman. Is she in a black dress? That's the song. You guessed it, 8-year-old mare. Iqbal, whose pop was Medaglia d'Oro. Also a 1 for 7 at the distance, 6 of 7 hitting the board, and very comparable numbers as far as the Brisnet speed index. Luis Colon, since coming here, he's on a bit of a tear with limited starters. He's hitting right now 27%. Francisco Villa, also coming in from Hawthorne, hitting here at the meet at 50% with limited starters. He's an 18% barn. I think this is a horse that's going to need some help, but I do believe there might be speed to give that indication that it's possible. So there's a lot of question marks here. I'm interested as probably the most likely to make the lead now with the 2 scratches, but I wouldn't be surprised if Frosted Eclair got involved. So it's kind of one of those you just don't know at this point. Rounding out the top 4 for yours truly, that's the 3 I'm interested, speaking of. 5-year-old daughter, so this is the one they're calling Kid. 5-year-old mare, she's the daughter of Leia, whose pop was First Samurai. 0 for 7 at the distance with 2 seconds and a third. The BreezeNet speed indexes, I don't know if they're good enough. Now, they could possibly be the only horse on the lead, and if that happens, you know, you get Brave. She's definitely built like a sprinter. Little bullet. Victor Lara gets the call for Ben DeLong. Long looking for his fourth winner here at the current meet. Not a bad looking horse. And currently you're getting 7-2. It's interesting too because if you look, for the most part, the money is spread out throughout the whole place. Nobody is taking off. Now, of course, in the last race we saw a horse get bet way down, 6-5 into 1-2. That's a lot of money at the last moment. But right now, evenly distributed throughout the fields. What that is telling you, as far as the board is concerned, well, not just one horse race. There could be a lot of different factors playing into this one. So, 4153, we're using the 1 and the 4 in our pick 5 ticket. We're looking at 9 minutes to post. Horses are getting ready to come out on the track. You still got time. Good luck.
Check. 1, 2. 1, 2. Race number 2 is for female mares 3 years of age and up that have not won a race since November 18th or that have never won 3. Sprint 5 1/2 furlongs. Match the 2 Wildwood Adios and the 7 Come On Lady. Post time up. Check 1 2. Post time coming up in 4 minutes for the second race. Win, play, show wagering. You still have trifecta, superfecta, exacta. You have the early dollar pick 4 coming up. Just about 4 minutes till post. Just about 1 minute, 1 minute till the second. The field is approaching the starting gate. Less than 1 minute. Field of 6 mares loading in the starting gate. Just about set. They're all in line. Field of 6 at 5.5. And they're off. Slow to go was Midnight's Girl along the inside. Moving on up early as I'm interested. Just that. Tied up with Frosted Eclair, who means business today. Hung out very wide from the outside stall is Wildwood Encore. They line up on front end with Delta Lady urging up into fourth. The last two around Midnight's Girl and Long Tall Woman. They're next to last and last. On the I'm interested by just about ahead. Frosted Eclair now takes over the lead. Wildwood Encore is about to challenge from third, going 3 deep. Dropping off the pace is Delta Lady. Moving on up, circumventing on the outside is Midnight's Girl. Only 3 lengths would cover all 6 as they mean business down towards the 330-yard mark. It's now Midnight's Girl who's showing the best turn a hoof down the stretch, and here comes Long Tall Woman gobbling up the ground. Long Tall Woman. Long Tall Woman at Midnight's Girl. Inside, Delta Lady. It's still Midnight's Girl. Midnight's Girl, Delta Lady. 1-2 at the wire. Midnight's Girl by a length and a half. It was Delta Lady next. One, 6, 5, and 3 in race 2. 1, 6, 5, and 3. 6 to 5 over 15 to 1, over 7 to 1, over 7 to 1.
15 minutes to post for our upcoming third race start of another $1 pick three. Welcome back, everybody, especially those of you watching out on YouTube. If you haven't got there yet, go to the streaming YouTube. It's free. Get out there. You dial in when it says search. You say Fairmount Park horse racing. You'll find it, and you watch for the comforts of your own home. Hey, congratulations out to the winners there. Midnight's Girl got taken up on the backstretch, but Reina Arrieta, a very tenacious, strong rider. He just took back, regrouped, swung around. As I said, the odds currently were saying anybody could win that race. And at the top of the stretch, anyone could. But he ended up getting the win quite handily. Well done there, sir. Well done indeed. This third race is 6 furlongs, 5,000 now winners of 2. They are down in the paddock. One scratch in the race. The 5, D'Argenat, is out. So let's get right down to the field of 7. Horse in front of you, top selection for myself and Mr. Keith. I believe we are both alive in our pick 5, so that's good. Keith is singling in this one at 9-2. I have it on top, but I didn't single. Girls Nix Now for Charlie Davis, owner and trainer. Brody Martinez is going to get the call. He got aboard last time out, and I thought ran a very good race. I mean, the horse was out wide, which if I had to do it myself, I probably would have done it a little differently, but sometimes you just, in a field of 10, he didn't really have much of a chance. He didn't have the early speed, so they all came over on him, which meant he had to get out there. I'm willing to give him another shot here from the 8-hole, going 6 furlongs. I think the horse makes a lot of sense in this one, and of course, Keith Nelson also thinks the same. There you can see Charlie Davis, the crew, getting themselves up and ready. I think the horse will be forwardly placed. I don't think it's going to be on the lead, but I think it'll be close enough. Go to the 3-horse, Win with Color for Ben DeLong, formerly of a Scott Becker barn. Left his barn July 7th after that race. It's a homebred for the Becker Ritter team, but goes to Cassie Corvin, so it's probably a private purchase if I had to guess. 5-year-old daughter of Galib. 5 for 9 hitting the board at the distance of 6 furlongs, one of which in the winner's circle. The Brisnet numbers, they match up with some of the top horses in the field. So we're taking a look right now. Looks to be in a good spot here, getting a nice little once-over. That is the 6 right behind them. And I think it's an interesting horse. Safe Cracker Sue for Manny Perez. Another in a group of Hawthorne Invaders, last time out, kind of an even 4th in a field of 10 in that common race on August 1st. Came by way of Hawthorne, Oaklawn Fairgrounds, so has been around the circuit. Manny looking for his first winner of the season here. 3 winners from 65 starts on the year coming into this race. This is a 5-year-old daughter of Collected, who's a 1 for 15 at the distance of 6 furlongs and gets the high-flying Victor Lara, who's hitting at 24%. Rounding out the top 4 for yours truly, Came Up Roses for Anthony Blau. Worked in August 5th, 35-1. This horse has got some speed. I'm not sure they're going to show it today. Going short, 2 turns definitely. But I like that 35-1. That was basically a wake-up. That was a let's go. Manny Giles, though, he's looking for his second winner of 90 starts. Or actually 91 now. Tough call on this one. 0 for 9 with a 2nd and 4 thirds. Exotics for me, yes. Winner, tough to make the call. But that Grandsire Malibu Moon I've always been a huge fan of. See right now, looks nice and relaxed. Groom doing the best they can, keeping this horse relaxed. You can see there's a little bit of fight in this horse, but he's not acting up what we consider completely acting up. So we'll see how that one plays out. Again, exotics, yes. Win, tough for me to go. But if you like, hey, by all means, please include in your rolling pick 3s. So 8-3-6-4 looks to be a good spot here. Looks for a bit of a price maybe. We're both on board. That 4-1, I knew was not going to stay on the outside horse. Now the 2-1 favorite. Girls Knicks Now. Horse is about to come out on the track. Good luck.
Our third race goes 3/4 of a mile, $5,000. The claiming price, fillies and mares 3 and up that have never won 2 races. Scratch out the 5 to Argonaut, £1 over on the 7. There are many appreciations going out again to Groom of the Week, Ferman Velasquez from the Brian Cook Barn. We thank Megan Brown for presenting him with the HBPA check. And congrats again to the winner of the second Midnight's Girl and jockey Rainier Arrieta. Race number 3, fillies and mares. One more time. You have mid-card doubles, rolling doubles. You have dollar pick threes, rolling, 50-cent tries, 10-cent superfectas. You have exactas, win, place, show, wagering. Post time in 5 minutes. Less than 3 minutes. One minute. Fillies and mares on their way to the starting gate. Starting to load up for race number 3, final bets for this filly and mare third. Remember, coming up August 29th, the $250,000 St. Louis Derby. Make plans to join us 1:30 post time on Saturday afternoon, August 29th. Jack Sheila Rose and Came Up Roses are in the gate. Flathead Finale. You can see the problems with the 6, Safecracker Sue. Assistant's going to attempt to get her to the starting gate. She just kind of froze up there at the about 50, 60 yards from the gate. The other 2 have been backed out. By order of the steward, scratch number 6, Safecracker Sue. Number 6 has now been a scratch. If you use the 6 in any of your bets, you'll receive a refund. If you played the 6 in your pick 4s or pick 5s, you'll receive the race time favorite. You already have the favorite. You'll have it again. I'll let you know who that is. It's now between the 3 and the 8 as far as favoritism go. Late scratch, number 6, Safecracker Sue. You played the 6 in any of your doubles, you'll receive a consolation. Just about set to load in here, part 2, with the late scratch of number 6. Diva Las Vegas, Jack's Yellow Rose, Flathead Finale. There goes Win with Color. Favoritism as of now is the 3 Win with Color, 7-5 over 8-5. Girls Knicks Now. Last one in will be the 4 Came Up Roses. Now, they're all in the gate for race 3. And they're off. Tough starts for Jack's Yellow Rose and Flathead Finale. They're next to last and last. Girls Knicks Now has Diva Las Vegas to her inside. Came Up Roses is now third as they line up 3 across the track. The bottom trio, Win with Color, runs back in fourth. Fifth on the outside is Flathead Finale. And desperately last is Jack's Yellow Rose at 20-1. Past the half mile they go. It's Diva Las Vegas out there by just 3/4 from Girls Knicks Now, who's right between Came Up Roses and Diva Las Vegas. They're in a firing line of 3, then about 6.5. Back to Flathead Finale and Jack's Yellow Rose, and desperately last by 11 lengths is Win with Color, but not without hope. Half mile in 46-4 as they straighten away. Drifting out a bit as Girls Knicks Now, leaving the rail open for Diva Las Vegas. Here comes Jack's Yellow Rose from last, who's gaining up. Jack's Yellow Rose is into the bridle. Girls Knicks Now is resurgent, but they're all in search of Diva Las Vegas, your winner of the third. Diva Las Vegas by 2 1/4. Girls Knicks Now, Jack's Yellow Rose, and Came Up Roses fourth. With the scratch of number 6, the parimutuel wagering favorite ended up being the 8 Girls Knicks Now at 7-5. 7, 8, 1, and 4 in race 3. Into the winner's circle steps number 7, Diva Las Vegas, and jockey Alvin Ortiz. Owned by Proverb Stable LLC. Casey Hopkins, Terry Burdess, the victorious trainer. Diva Las Vegas, a 3-year-old daughter of More Spirit, out of the Into Mischief mare, Punky Bee. Bred in Indiana by Pine Tree Thoroughbreds LLC. 5 was scratched. before the race is kicked off. The 6 was scratched before going to the starting gate. 7 Diva Las Vegas, $11, $5.43. 20 Girls Nick Dow, $3, $2.60. Jack's Yellow Rose, $4.60 to show. Exacta, $11.20. 10-cent Superfecta, $62.52. The early pick 3, $21.30. More money for Thoroughbred Aftercare. The 50-cent trifecta, 7, 8, and 1, $43 and a nickel. We'll give you the consolation double and the race 2 and 3 daily double here in just a second. Consolation double, the 1 and 6, $1.60. The 1 and 7, race 2 and 3 double, $18.40. In the 4th race we go. The mile distance filly and mare $4,000 claiming race. Owner of the 7, Flowers Racing Stable LLC. Field of 9 to go the mile. Post time coming up in 20 minutes.
15 minutes to post for race number 4. Welcome back, everybody, on this Horse Hooky Tuesday. Looking at a mile, our first two-turn race of the afternoon. These are $4,000 conditional claimers. These are 3-year-olds and upward, which have not won a race since November 18th of last year, or which have never won 3 races. We've got ourselves a field of 8 going postward. No scratches in the field. Kicking off another rolling $1 pick 3. Let's take a look at the runners. Top selection for yours truly. We're going to take a shot with the 4-horse, and that is Retail Therapy, currently the 5-2 slight edge favorite. Formerly of the Traverse Short Barn. Horse comes in off the Ohio circuit over at Belterra for trainer Jimmy Watkins. This horse is a 5 for 8 hitting the board at the distance of 6 furlongs, 2 of which were in the winner's circle. Been a long time before races, though, and over for 8 so far this year. And it was probably over the summer of last year that their last victory was. But it looks like a good spot for them. They were facing a little bit tougher competition than they're going to be facing this afternoon. Watkins, very good when it comes to getting new horses in his barn. He hits at 31% on a sample of 29. Shippers in general coming in from Ohio, 28% based on 179 in the sample, and he's hitting at a very respectable fat 24% with claimers in general, 24 out of 405. So the numbers are good here. Adamir Santos gets the call. 5-year-old daughter of Blame was originally a $120,000 OBS purchase back in 2023. This will be the Fairmount Park debut. Would have preferred to see a work here, but the horse had not been training anywhere near here. It looks like a training center in the Ohio state, probably in the Ohio Valley. So there's a lot of questions to be made here, but it's getting played nonetheless, currently at 2-1. Take a look at the 9-horse in front of us. That would be Fast Times at Midnight for trainer Scott Beckert. Comes off a win last time out against non-winners of 2. This 5-year-old Midnight Storm was pioneer of the Nile. You think hadn't been going 2 turns since July of last year. And that was kind of an even 4th that day after a slow start. I think the race makes sense, definitely, for this one. It's had plenty of chances, got the win last time out. That was the first win in almost 2 years. A 2 for 14 for this lightly raced 5-year-old daughter of Midnight Storm. Should be, I don't think on the lead, but with that outside post, I think they're going to have to put the gas on. Alexander Bendesu gets the call. Looks okay. Being moved around a lot because obviously they don't want this horse to start acting up. And something tells me maybe that's an issue. But looks like waiting for the coach to get here. Taking him out, give him a nice little walk. So that's a good call by the groom. When they start acting up and you got to turn them around in the barn, in that stall, best thing to do is just get them out in the air. Give them a chance to relax. Still waiting for that valet, but they'll be there soon. 2-horse, Lucian. Now this horse I put down as a possible long shot in the race. There's actually 2 of them here that I think could be possible long shots in the race. I've got Lucian 3rd. That mile and 70 at Fairmount Park last time out, you say, well, they didn't menace. They were beating 11 lengths. That was open company. Those are very salty races in this neck of the woods. So the fact that Harry Lynch has got this horse back down to a much more realistic situation. Can they win? I believe they can. However, I think from an exotic standpoint, this is a must-use. 4 of 5 hitting the board at the distance of a mile, 1 of which was in the winner's circle. The Brisnet numbers, 1 of the top in the group. But they're going to need some help up front. So we'll see if it actually comes to play. The other Harry Lynch is the 6 Hot Dame. They complement each other well because, as we mentioned, Lucian probably is going to need some help up front. Hot Dame could be the one that gives it to him. This is a horse that likes the distance and gets one of the top Brisnet numbers. 3 for 24 in the winner's circle, 6 seconds, 3/3 at the distance of 1 mile. Recent form, though, the reason why I couldn't put this horse in the top 3, recent form just says no. Last winner was at Prairie Meadows back in June of last year. Since then, a couple of minor awards, but for the most part, has been running up the track. But there have been times they've been facing much tougher. So it looks like a horse, she's an 8-year-old, daughter of Bluegrass Cat. Now here's a mare for you. The sire of the mare is Unusual Heat. For those of you who know Unusual Heat as a racer was okay. But as far as breeding on the grass, was probably one of the greats of California lore. Was owned and bred by one of the greats of all time, in my opinion. He was a good friend, Barry Abrams. Barry's, of course, obviously that great racetrack in the sky. Barry didn't believe in working. Barry believed in racing them into shape. And he actually had a horse named Mo Forza, who's become one heck of a breeder, that they decided, you know what? We're going to go down to Australia, and we're going to go in the biggest race there, the Melbourne Cup. I can say it. So this is a very interesting race. Very interesting race. But 4926 is how I'm going to see it. We'll go with Retail Therapy on top, but this is a race that I can make a case for about 6 or 7 of them. Horses will be coming out on the track real soon. Good luck.
Race 4, 1 mile the distance, $4,000 claiming for fillies and mares 3 years of age and upwards that have not won a race since November 18th of last year, or which have never won 3 races. Field of 9 to go the distance, post time in 6 minutes. Win, play, show wagering, superfecta, trifecta, exacta. You also have rolling doubles and rolling pick threes. 3 minutes. Horses are on approach to the mile starting point. Less than 1 minute. Coming up a week from today, it's our 4th race in the 2026 Iron Horse Distance Series. $22 large in the purse structure, going 1.5 miles. Hope you can join us for that. A week from today. Final bets for the 4th race. Red-headed Stranger to load in first. The rest loading up. Lucian is next. There goes Echo Dreamer. Tag War and Hot Dame. Lunarchy and Retail Therapy. Trinity 3-1 and Fast Times at Midnight. They're in the gate. And they're off. Tough beginning for number 3, Tag War, who hopped a bit at the start. It's Hot Dame's race. Around the turn they go. It's going to be Hot Dame. And also out on that one's outside is Lunarchy, shooting the gap in between. And right to the rail is Red-Headed Stranger to go out and go down with Hot Dame. These two tear out in tandem. As they go by the 6.5, it's Lunarchy, a clear-cut third. And then a trio that's in mid-pack, featuring nearest us, Retail Therapy, right between is Echo Dreamer, and plastered those two together is Trinity 3-1. Next is Fast Times at Midnight. And then back we have the late-running Lucian, and that hopping start has Tag War about 12 lengths off the front. That's held by Hot Dame by just about a half a length, now a neck. From on the inside, Red-Headed Stranger second. Third picking them up is Lunarchy, is under a bit of a drive. Back and forth is Echo Dreamer. Now comes Retail Therapy, hugging that fence, is fifth, but moving on up. On the outside, gaining as fast times at midnight around the turn they go. Nothing from Lucian, who has to get going now. And farther back, we have No Pace from Trinity 3 and 1, who's passed for last by Tegwar. New leader as they pass the quarter pole. It's Red-Headed Stranger. Fighting on back is Hot Dame. 3 deep is Lunarchy throughout. The one who's gaining good ground is Echo Dreamer from between. And on the outside, late running Lucian is picking him up now. Lucian is gaining on the far outside. Lucian at 14-1 has to catch Retail Therapy. Lucian, Retail Therapy. Lucian has the measure. Retail Therapy fights on to the wire. Nothing between them. Wow, Lucian or Retail Therapy. We know Lunarchy was third and Red-Headed Stranger was fourth. Photo for the win. Lucian the 2, Retail Therapy the 4. Lucian first. Retail Therapy second. 7, Lunarchy was third, and number 1, Red-Headed Stranger was fourth. 2-4-7-1. Into the winner's circle steps number 2, Lucian, and a gem of a ride provided by Angel Stanley. Owned by JW Racing Group, LLC. Conditioned by Harry Lynch. Lucian is a 6-year-old daughter of Revolutionary, out of the Sarlin mare Lily Luna, bred in Illinois by Dr. Terry Morgan. The winning time for a mile, 1:42.51 seconds, a minute 42 and 2. 14-1 paid $30.40, $9.40, $5.40 across. Retail Therapy $3, $2.40. Lunarchy $6.20. The pick 3 in races 2, 3, and 4 right over $264. Exacta almost $50. Trifecta $373.30. Again, the pick 3 $264 for races 2, 3, and 4. More prices coming up. The daily double for races 3 and 4, $408. 10-cent superfecta, $788.45. Coming up, race number 5, shortening up to 3/4 of a mile. Fillies and mares, non-winners of a race other than or in for the $10,000 optional tag. Scratch number 5, WW Grand Finale. Field of 8. Post time for the 5th race in 19 minutes.
14 minutes to post for race number 5 coming up, closing out that pick 5. Oh, we got our long shot home and it paid $30. Tough beat for the Watkins barn there with the 4-horse, but Lucian gets the victory there. Unfortunately, we were second best in the third leg, so our pick 5 ticket is dead. But for those of you who maybe put it together, you could be looking at a really nice payoff coming into race number 5. So let's get right to it. This 5th race, starting off another late pick 4 and the late pick 3 rolling. It's 6 furlongs, option claiming 10,000 group. These are open companies, so there's not that little extra bonus from the state breds. But it's an interesting race, field of 8 with the scratch of the 5-horse WW Grand Finale. Let's go take a look at the runners. Going 3 deep in this race, as we would have. Our now defunct pick 5 ticket. Oh, Lucian, $30. Way to go, Harry Lynch. I'm liking the 9, Nandina, for Scotty Becker. Horse was a winner by 4.5 last time out. It's back-to-back winners. 3 for 6 in the winner's circle at the distance of 6 furlongs. It was kind of an all or nothing at this distance. They either win or they're nowhere to be found. So it'll be interesting to see how this one plays. They draw the outside in a race that has some speed in it. Not abundance, but I think they should be definitely forwardly placed, and with that outside post gives them a distinct advantage from a technical standpoint. Looking up and going, boy, I'm seeing Jamie Gavilski is in the ring, which tells you got an interesting horse coming up. We'll get to them in just a moment. It's a good looking horse, getting tacked up right now. Becker hitting at 22%. All systems go here for the 5-year-old daughter of Sharp Azteca. Move our attention over to the 6, and that's Looks Lucky to Me. Ralph Martinez sending this one out. Brody Martinez gets the call. This horse has really done absolutely nothing wrong since May of this year, right here at Fairmount. 2 wins, 3 seconds. Is a 2 in 5 seconds at the distance in 8 starts. Possesses one of the top speed indexes in the race. His daughter of Looking at Lucky, we've mentioned before, for the Bob Baffert barn, Pegram Partners. It's a hard look horse, always drew the rail during the Triple Crown, and then showed up over at Hoosier Park for the Indiana Derby in a rainstorm and won the race. Looks like a good horse. Looks like he could be in a good spot here. This is one of, like I said, one of 3 that I'm using in the late pick 4. Now let's get to the 3 Global Tour. Mentioned I saw Jamie Gavilski there with the Pole family, 4-year-old daughter of Maximum Security. And there is Mr. Jimmy Watkins. What's left of him, that man is on a diet and looks amazing. Way to go, Jimmy. This horse has got speed. Speed is their best weapon. Gets a new pilot in Frankie Reyes. Reyes already with a winner today. This 4-year-old daughter of Maximum Security, grandsire New Year's Day. 4 tries to the distance, a win and a second. One of the top of the Brisnet speed indexes here on the card. Looks nice and relaxed. The blinkers are not new. They've been there for a while. 14-1. Man, that is a good price. I think this horse makes a lot of sense, especially if they can shake loose. Could be a good situation. The one thing I will say about the track today, track is playing very fair. Pretty much being able to win wherever. You know, it sounds like a cliche, but if you're the best horse, best opportunity, I guess is the best way to put it. Can I say best one more time? 7 horses, Wampus Kitten. Hugo Rodriguez for Luis Colon aboard. Just came off the win here August 1st. Comes back a little over 2 weeks later. A 3 for 15 in the winner's circle of the distance. 7 of the 15 have hit the board. Daughter of Catalina Cruiser. That was a Horonis Racing John Sadler trainee. Bred in Kentucky. At one point was in the Cipriano Contreras barn over in Indiana. Since then, for Hugo Rodriguez, Rodriguez hitting at 18% with limited starters here, 14% on the year. Most of the horses did his racing once they returned from Turf Paradise in Phoenix, Arizona, which they did not have any success. Then came right over to Hawthorne, looked a little better, but it was that victory over on August 1st here at Fairmount Park that kind of gave you the indication that this horse could be ready for a big opportunity. So, 9 minutes to post. I see this race 9-6-3-7. Going to use the 3, 6, and 9 in the pick 4. If we would have been alive, and oh, such a tough beat in that third race. If we'd be alive, we would have been using the 6 and the 9. So you guessed it. We're going to go with the 9, Nandina, on top here. Currently, good price at 9-2. So, horses getting ready to go. 9 minutes to post, race number 5. This will start off the late pick 4 on the Tuesday card. Good luck.
$10,000 allowance optional claiming race for fillies and mares, 3 years of age and up, non-winners of a race other than claiming, waiver, maiden, starter, state bred, or they can be in for the optional claiming price of $10,000. Scratch number 5, WW Grand Finale, leaving us with a field of 8 betting interests. This starts the late dollar pick 4. Post time 6 minutes. Still have at least 1 minute for all bets in the late pick 4. Race number 5, less than 1 minute. Fillies and mares for race 5 headed to the starting gate. Julin first to load from a 15 to 1 morning line down to 4 to 1. There goes both Looks Lucky to Me and Hootie Hoot. Winner last out, Wampus Kitten. Global Tour, Sunset Harbor. Waiting on Global Tour, La Ranita. Last will be Nandina. Field of 8, ready to go 6 furlongs in the 5th. And they're off. Horrible start for Hootie Hoot, who gave it to Julin outside the starting gate. Wampus Kitten to show the way. There goes Global Tour with speed. Wider to both Sunset Harbor and Nandina fanned out. Tucked away is Wampus Kitten, and here comes La Ranita to follow the inside flow and goes 2 paths off the fence. Front one running quintet right together. Next and 6th is Look Lucky to Me. Julin had a heck of a time away from the gate, courtesy of Hootie Hoot, who is last. On the front, along the fence, Global Tour, La Ranita, and then wider yet to Sunset Harbor and Nandina, 4 as 1. And now Nandina and Sunset Harbor get on with it. Backing out just a bit, La Ranita and Global Tour. On the move is Wampus Kitten. Far back to Looks Lucky to Me, and Julin and Hootie Hoot is nowhere to be seen. Past the 3:30, it's Nandina at 3 to 1, who has shaken clear. Nandina is out by 2.5 under right-hand urging. Sunset Harbor has given all she can. Belatedly Looks Lucky to Me, no catching Nandina to win handily by about 3.5. Good second, Looks Lucky to Me, then Wampus Kitten and Sunset Harbor 4th. And not often when you get a bit of an overlay on a Scott Becker trainee. Nandina, top rider, top trainer, 3-1. Six looks lucky to me. Fought on nicely. 4-1. 7 Wampus Kitten. Third at 4-1, and then your favorite at 5-2 Sunset Harbor. Into the winner's circle steps number 9, Nandina, and jockey Alexander Bendezu, co-owned by Charles Ritter and Scott Becker, trained by Scott Becker. Nandina is a 5-year-old daughter of Sharp Azteca. Out of the Mineshaft mare, Spinneret, bred in Kentucky by Shortleaf Stable. Third win in a row on this track. Congratulations to the winning connections. $8.40, $4, and $3.40. The exacta $16.10. Trifecta $22. Pick 4, $1,081.50. The pick 5, $594.80. Pick 3 for races 3, 4, and 5, $7.50.30. Daily double for races 4 and 5, $135.30. Trifecta again, $22. Pick 4, just over $1,000. Pick 5, almost $600. Race 6 with a field of 9. Sprinting 6 furlongs. Fillies and mares again, $20,000 allowance optional claiming race. Post time with no changes in the 6th race in 19 minutes. For late pick 3 players, in the 7th race, there is a scratch. In the 7th race, scratch out the 7, Holden Michael. The 5, Steve, in the 7th race to be ridden with blinkers on. And make the jockey Alexander Bendezu on the 5. In the 8th and final race, scratch number 4, Maggie's Little B. The 9, Last Candy, 1 pound overweight.
13 minutes out, race number 6, getting ready for the final pick 3 of the afternoon. And ooh, as I predicted, we were so close. But for those of you who had the pick 5 and the pick 4, man, you have got money. If you're on track, get over to Long Shots. Start buying some beverages for your friends. That's in order. Let's get ready for this late pick 3, 6 furlongs. These are optional claiming 20,000 conditional claimers. And once again, these are not Illini bred. So that, unfortunately, that little bonus money is not in there. But still a nice little $20,000 purse. Field of 9 going postward, no scratches. Let's take a closer look, shall we? Horse right in front of you there is the 9 I like best in this field, but I am going 3 deep in the pick 4 and the pick 3. Horse on the outside, that would be Commissioner Gulch, who's a 6-year-old commissioner mare. She's 5 for 16 in the winner's circle at the distance, 13 of the 16 hitting the board, and she has one of the top Brisnet Speed Index numbers. I mention this all the time because I believe in the product. Brisnet.com. If those numbers, they are honest and they tell the story. This horse is one of the top. In fact, I think it might be the top right here. Draws the outside post. Doesn't have what I would consider speed, but I think has enough where they can get over with the 6 furlongs, get the spot they want, and make one run. Alexander Bendesu and Scotty Becker, and of course, co-owner Charles Ritter, looking for back-to-back winners on the card here. This horse 7 for 27 lifetime, 0 for 4 this year, but has been knocking on the door. 3 of the last 4 starts have all been seconds. Adding the blinkers, I think maybe it's for speed. Could be. This horse has been doing 2 turns, but I think it's also for focus. If you go back, you got to go back to June of last year. Last time this horse was sprinting to a win. But they exploded at the top of the stretch and blew the doors off. Now, granted, that was over at Hawthorne, but that's also a very long stretch, or I should say now was a very long stretch. So I think Commissioner Gulch makes a lot of sense for this one. 3 horse in line, that would be Sassy Katie for Robert Pompel. There's Sassy Katie. Not a bad-looking 6-year-old Temple City. Only tried the distance 1 time and didn't hit the board. So really don't know what to do with them. This has been a good season so far for them, for Robert Pompel. 2 of the last 3 races have been in the winner's circle, both here at Fairmount Park, but again, both going 2 turns. The last time they sprinted and a win was April 14th here. They went 5.5 against, you guessed it, an optional claiming allowance race, and they won. They get a new pilot, Brody Martinez, aboard. Brody's been making the most of the opportunities he gets. Very smart rider early. He finishes well. We'll see if it's good enough. Like I said, 1 of 3 I'm using in this race for the pick 4 and the pick 3. 8 horse in line. That's Peyton's Honor. The other Scotty Becker, Charles Ritter. This is their homebred 5-year-old daughter of Galib. She's done well. 8 for 10 at the distance, 4 winners, 3 seconds, and a third. She receives a favorable number. Breeding-wise, this is her thing. She's a Galib, whose, of course, grandsire was Unbridled Song. Graham Hall, the sire of the Dam Honor Graham. So the 6 furlongs, I think, is definitely what she wants to do. She's not a bad-looking gray either. Nice and relaxed. Ears are kind of twitching back and forth, which is what you want to see. Scotty doing double duty here. Just tacked up 1. Now he's here for the other. Victor Santiago. They get together for a fair amount of wins. So, in fact, I would almost say that Victor Santiago is his second call. Alexander Bendesu. When you're the leading rider, you're basically everybody's first call if they can get you. This horse got speed. As I talked about earlier in a situation with Harry Lynch, they complement each other well. Peyton's Honor's got speed, should help to set the early pace. And then Commissioner Gulch should be in like that 2nd, 3rd flight. And hopefully it gets softened up a little and they can make that 1 run. So I think it makes a lot of sense. Rounding out the top four for yours truly, Too Much Tuesday for Jimmy Watkins. Nice and relaxed, good looking horse. Likes to pick up checks, 2 for 16 in the winner's circle, but 5 seconds and 3/3 at the distance. And 0 for 4 this year, but has been knocking on the door. Got to explain the last couple of races, though. I think that's where we're at. This horse has really one way to go for the Offspring farm. That's Cynthia Rush and Jimmy Watkins and Jamie Gavilski. 5-year-old Cinco Charlie. They got speed. I'm just curious if this horse just needs to open it up and let it roll. Because you'd have to go back to April of last year, but that one time they did it, and they did it against State Bred, they just absolutely let it roll, and they were able to keep going. This horse to me comes across like a type that if you can get him out there and get comfortable, this should be a really good spot. So, 9-3-8-4 for the late pick 3. I'm going to use the 3, 8, 9, just like we're using in the late pick 4. But we're going to put the 9 horse on top. That's Commissioner Gulch. Commissioner Gulch, hopefully, to get the money. Horse is coming out on the track. Good luck.
$20,000 optional claiming race or allowance optional claiming race for fillies and mares 3 years of age and up, non-winners of 2 other than or in, or non-winners of 4 in the lifetime. We'll edit this out for the West Coast broadcast. Race number 6 has no changes in the field of 9, sprinting 3/4 of a mile. Time to play the late dollar pick 3. Post time 6 minutes. Still have just about 2 minutes. Fillies and mares headed to the starting gate. 1 minute. The ladies are loading in for race number 6. Sally Surprise, Can-2. Can-2 with a big warm-up. Moving in a rose for Lila. Great betting board here for the 6. Get in it, you still have time. Too Much Tuesday. Peyton's Honor and Commissioner Gulch from the Becker barn on the outside. Too Much Tuesday. Turned away. Too Much Tuesday, Peyton's Honor. Speed of the Speed and Commissioner Gulch on the outside. Ready for a start. Flag is up. And they're off. Good start in the center for Too Much Tuesday. Also firing out early is Peyton's Honor. Dropping off the pace is Commissioner Gulch. Added to the front end fray is Can-2. Can-2 is now running up into the top 4. It's Litmus hat trick to Poconos in front of Too Much Tuesday, second nearest us. Can 2 is third. On that one's outside. Next comes one of the Grays, Peyton's Honor, running fourth. Fifth on the inside, Sassy Katie. Sassy Katie now passed by the outside running Commissioner Gulch, who means business, goes from fifth to second in 50 yards. Next we have Right Together. B Bluff, a late run. Dropping out is Too Much Tuesday. Couldn't handle the pressure. A Rose for Lila is gaining up amongst, and the rail run is happening for Sally's Surprise. They're into the stretch run. Well off the front end there, it's Litmus Hat Trick, who drifts out just a bit, still has that 1 or 2 length lead. Commissioner Gulch is rallying. Here's Sassy Katie up into it. A late run for a Rose for Lila, who's gaining down the crown of the course. It's Sassy Katie. Sassy Katie to score it 3-1. Commissioner Gulch was second. Then I think it was Litmus Hat Trick third over the late closing a Rose for Lila fourth. It's that cagey, almost high school kid, Brody Martinez, aboard, winning another one. Congrats to the homegrown Brody Martinez. Three, 9, 6, 2. Something you don't really see on this track too much, a 3-1 favorite. Moving into the winner's enclosure, winner of today's sixth race, number 3, Sassy Katie, an apprentice rider, Brody Martinez, with his 5th career win. Owned by Smoky Creek Farm, bred in Indiana by Smoky Creek Farm, conditioned by Robert Pompel. Sassy Katie is a 6-year-old daughter of Temple City out of the Eddington mare. Estifa, bred in Indiana again. The winning time, 6 furlongs and 1:11 and 31/100ths of a second. Exacta $15.90, trifecta $112.65. Superfecta for a dime, $113 and change. Pick 3 for races 4, 5, and 6, $264.50. Sassy Katie, $864, $480. Race 5 and 6 double, 9 with 3, $15.40. In the 7th race, scratch out number 7, Holden Michael. Blinkers on the 7, Steve keeps them on and will be ridden by Alexander Bendezu. That's number 5 in the next race. Those are your 2 changes for race number 7. The late daily double starts off in just 20 minutes.
14 minutes out to the 7th race, the start of the late daily double. Welcome back, everybody. Reminder, coming up a week from this Saturday, it is the Run for the Roses right here at St. Louis Derby here at Fairmount Park. As I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, 41 horses have nominated for this prestigious race in the Midwest. And we are looking forward to seeing who eventually ends up being in the field. My prediction, I think it's going to be a pretty good sized field. That'll be a lot of fun. Let's get right to it though. 6 furlongs the distance. These are Illini bred. Optional claiming allowance group with a $39,500, which shows you again, if you have any Illinois breds, why are they not here at Fairmount Park? Looks like a field of 10, now down to 9. Scratch in the race, that's the 7, Hidden Michael. Let's take a look at the runners. Horse right now in the picture, top selection for yours truly. I'm going to say Gog. I might be completely wrong. Coming over from Hawthorne for Michelle Boyce on July 19th, absolutely just blew their doors off. 0 for 2 yet and has not hit the board in 2 tries against similar company here at Fairmount Park. But I think this is going to be a chance for this one to go ahead and get the money. Now we're getting a huge price right now, so this would be fabulous if it stayed this way. Yes, coming out of a 12-5, now there's a 2. The problem is you say, well, they haven't done well against the state breds. Well, they broke the maiden at Hawthorne against straight breds. Those last 2 races, no good. But we'll see. I think it makes a lot of sense. Ademir Santos climbs aboard for the very first time. And I'm looking for a big effort for this 3-year-old gelded son of Painter, who's going to need some help up front. Drawing that rail trip, not exactly what you're hoping for. There is some speed in the race, but I think it's questionable speed. But we'll just have to see how it takes over. Let's get over to the 9 horse. That would be Dream Gold. 8-5 on the morning line, overlay at 3-1 for Steve Fridley. Corey Orm looking for a first victory of the afternoon. This horse is a 3 for 6 in the distance of 6 furlongs, 1 win and 2 seconds. Brisnet numbers are good. Makes sense. This is another one that's going to need some help. Last win was 2 back, but I should caution you that was on a sloppy track. So we'll see how it plays out. Owned and bred by Mr. Bob Austin. Steve Fridley hitting at about 15%, so his barn is getting the job done. 4-year-old son of Golden Sense. Golden Sense was a Santa Anita Derby winner for trainer Doug O'Neill. And his rider at the time was a very young rider by the name of Kevin Krieger from the West Indies, who now is residing up in Washington State over at Emerald Downs. Move our attention over to the 4 horse. That will be Baby I'm Hammered, great name. Eddie Essenprice, the conditioner, was a winner 2 back on July 18th against same condition, although that was a non-winners of 2. The non-winners of 3 don't have an excuse, was well meant, and then just had early speed and just dropped out of it early. They went a little faster than they did on the July 18th win, but I don't think that was enough to get them there. Speed could be their best weapon. Reynard Arrieta looking for his 2nd winner on today's card. Very strong rider. He will definitely get on board, and he's looking for a win. Eddie Essenprice having a great meet, hitting at 16% and counting. Good luck to him. By the way, I did not mention the 5 horse Steve for Marvell Straub. Make the rider Mr. Bendesu. Bendesu takes over on the 5. Rounding out my top 4, we're going to go to the outside. Horse is getting some play. Cool Thing for Lynch Racing. Victor Lara gets the call. He's been aboard for the previous 2. 2 back against a similar group, although it was the mud. And maybe that's what helped this horse. He's a 1 for 14 in the winner's circle at the distance. 6 for 14 hitting the board. The numbers are good. This is a 4-year-old looking cool who's a Candy Ride grandsire. The mare probably a little older. Closing Argument is the sire of that mare. And part of the Lynch Racing. Looks like they've been there for quite some time. Problem is, this horse is an 0 for 16 at Fairmount Park. Has not won a race since at least 2014. And is a 2 for 28. So if you're looking for a horse, maybe for the exotics, I say yes. For the win, it's tough to make the case. But it is Harry Lynch. So whatever he's got up his sleeve, I'm sure he's going to be ready for hopefully a big effort. So we're about 8 minutes to post for race number 7. I'm going to go 1, 9, 4, 10. We're going to use the 1, 4, 9 in the pick 3. In the pick 4, we're only using the 1 and 9, but we're taking a shot there with the 1. A big price, 7 to 1. It's how we roll, baby. It's how we roll. Horse is about to come out on the track. Good luck.
Race number 7, changes for this Illini bred or foaled 3-year-olds and up sprint. Scratch number 7, Holden Michael. Number 5, Steve. This is not an equipment change. Blinkers will remain on number 5, Steve. Pickup mount for rider Alex Bendezu. Time to play the late daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, win, place, show, wagering. A $20,000 allowance optional claiming race. Post time in 5 minutes. This is your 2-minute warning for the late double. 2 minutes. One extra minute. Race fans, we have a late scratch before they head to the starting gate. Late scratch number 3, Towering Storm. Late scratch in the 7th race. Number 3, Towering Storm. If you use Towering Storm in any of your daily doubles, you receive a consolation double. Pick 4, pick 3s, you'll receive the race time favorite. I'll give that to you. Right now, the 2 wagering choices of the public are the 9, Dream Gold at 5-2 currently, and the 5, Steve at 3-1. Final race this Tuesday. Illinois bred maiden fillies and mares going 6 furlongs as we scratch the 4 Maggie's Little B from the 8th and last. So stick around for that. Next live racing card will be this coming Saturday at 1:30. Should be a nice day. Kind of like it is right now. Maybe a little bit cooler. The field of 8 are headed towards the gate for running of the 7th race, just a moment ahead. Field moving into place for race 7. Baby I'm Hammered steps up. 3 horses at 7-2. And then there's Steve. Steve moves in. Cool Thing last to load. Not quite in yet. All set to go. And they're off. Quick start for Baby I'm Hammered to show the front with Cool Thing up second. It's Stance up there among the top foursome. Go is having that rail run, is now moving up past Cool Thing up into third. Back there in fifth towards the center is Steve, a length or two back to the oncoming Dream Gold. Canyon Shadows has a lot to do, and last is Span. About 14 lengths would cover them, and Baby I'm Hammered has thrown it down, is out by 5. 5.5 from Stance in second. Go is under a ride already. Under pressure from the rider as well. On the wide part is Cool Thing. On the move is Dream Gold, who's moving up well from the back of the pack with Steve, and far back to Canyon Shadows. They're all in search of the front, held by Baby I'm Hammered. Too much too soon. Here comes Go to force her way through. Go is trying to get there. On the far outside coming up, cramped spaces there for Dream Gold. Baby I'm Hammered trying to last, but here's Dream Gold. Dream Gold. Dream Gold to win. Go was second. Baby I'm Hammered a good third, and then Stance was fourth. Nine, 1, 4. Two horses at 2-1, both finished in the exacta. The 9 and the 1 at 2-1. 4 Baby I'm Hammered was 4.5-1. And then the 8 Stance at 10-1, completing the super. Entering the winner's enclosure, winner of today's 7th race, number 9 Dream Gold and jockey Corey Orm. Owned and bred in Illinois by Bob Austin, trained by Steve Fridley. Dream Gold is a 4-year-old gelded son of Golden Sense out of the Candy Ride mare, Dovecote. Congratulations to Mr. Austin and Mr. Fridley and Mr. Orm, 2-1. Race 7 now official. Purse over $41,000 for race number 7. $643, $240. Exacta $10.80, trifecta $17. Consolation double, 3 with the scratched 3. $10.10. 3-9 double over $20. Pick 3 for races 5, 6, and 7. $36.40. The 10-cent superfecta, almost $15. Bell ringing. More money for Thoroughbred Aftercare. Again, the daily double 3 with 9, $26.70. Consolation double $10.10 with the late scratch of the 3. The 7 was already scratched. In the 8th and final race, scratch out number 4, Maggie's Little B. 1 pound over on the 9. Post time for the 8th and final race in 19 minutes.
14 minutes to post for our 8th and final for the Horse Hooky Tuesday card. Welcome back, everybody, and our friends watching right now on YouTube. What can I tell you, folks? We are alive in the late pick 3 and the late pick 4, but the last couple of weeks we've been here before. It's been tough sledding, but let's see if we can punch this one through. That would be kind of good. Reminder, on Saturday, our next day of racing, 8-race card. I just went through it. Not an easy card, so put on your thinking caps. And then a week from this Saturday will be the running of the St. Louis Derby. It is going to be a lot of fun. And if you can't be here on YouTube, you know why? It's because you're at the track at Fairmount Park. We highly recommend you come on out. It's going to be a lot of fun. Meanwhile, we got 6 furlongs. These are maiden special weights. And they're Illini bred. So guess what? $38,000 purse. You got an Illinois bred. Got to get here. Okay? That's it. I'm not going to say it again until Saturday. Then I'm sure I'll say it again. We're looking for a field of 12, now down to 11. Scratch the 4. Maggie's Little B. Let's take a close look at the runners for the nightcap. Horse in front of you, top selection for yours truly. Slight favorite right now is an overlay. Karazist, or Karazist. We're going to find out in a little while for the pronunciation. 3-year-old Galib for Charles Ritter and Scotty Becker. Looking for another winner on today's card. This is a homebred daughter of Galib. Really hasn't done anything wrong in 3 lifetime tries. They did try the mile last time out. And they weren't embarrassed in a field of 8, but it was really just a one-paced, one-geared type of effort. That's what this horse comes across. And I'm curious, with that August 8th 4 furlong 49 best of 24 that morning, if they're looking for a little more oomph. Horse got speed, but there are a few other horses that got speed. Now that's where it gets interesting. And we'll get to that in a moment. Becker, 9% when he goes sprint to route to sprint. Beaten favorite, which he was last time out. How about this number? 29% based on a sample of 157. That, my friends, is a stat you can use. It's got the speed, draws the outside of the horse that I think is going to be the main rival on the speed. But the problem is, that's his other horse. Or I should say their other horse, another homebred. They didn't buy this one. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say homebred because they did not breed this one. They bought this one. But this is Turtle Pace, the 3. And we'll get over to them in just a moment. Victor Santiago, I mentioned before. Alexander Bendesu and Victor Santiago. He likes to spread it around, just like Jimmy Watkins does. But these are the main go-to guys in the Becker stable. This horse was a good second, and I'm referring to Turtle Pace. Probably the speedier of the 2. Showed a lot of guts going 5.5 furlongs. So I think the horse does make sense. And you can see Keith and I like the same 2 horses. Actually, we like the same 4 horses, just in a little different order. There is the aforementioned Turtle Pace, another Galib, which I can understand why they purchased, even though it wasn't one of their homebreds. Bred for the distance. Seems to be a work in progress. Last time out, probably their best race, going 5.5. The question is, does this horse want to go 6? So we'll see how they set up. Something tells me they're not going to be knocking heads. I've never understood when someone does that. They own both horses or they've got a, same trainer and then they're knocking heads. It doesn't make any sense. I don't think that's going to be the case. I think Turtle Pace might set the early fractions. Karazest will be close, but will be sitting out there on the flank. Go to the outside positions. You've got the 11, Malala, for Harry Lynch. Lynch again looking for another winner on today's card. This is a horse another one that will be up close. Victor Lara gets the call. He's been around for the previous 3. He's done absolutely nothing wrong. This horse is an 0 for 4 with 2 seconds and a third. Brisnett's speed numbers, one of the tops. I mean, Karazest to me climbs over the field, but this horse is right there for J. Cool Racing Stables. It's 4-year-old daughter of Cupid. His grandsire is Tapit. Candy Ride of the mare, Talala. This is a horse that, I think eventually, they already have 12 races under the belt. I'd like to see this horse go 2 turns. That's just me. But you don't know, Maybe Harry is in the morning saying this horse just doesn't have the gas to go 2 turns. But I'd like to see it just once. There he is. Or I should say, there she is. She's a bay filly. To me, she's kind of built like a 2-turner. She's looked over at the camera like, I beg your pardon. She's got her ears going back and forth. She's a little on the muscle. Groom doing a nice job. Could be a good spot. Round out the top 4. Let's get to the 9, Last Candy, for Terry Young. Owner, trainer, breeder of his 3-year-old daughter of Modernist, whose grandsire was Uncle Mo. This is one that has 7 races under the belts, 3 minor awards. Numbers wise is okay, just like several in this race. Should be up there close and gets Luis Colon aboard. He's been aboard for the previous 2 here at Fairmount, since coming over from Hawthorne with this one. Young's still looking for his first winner of the year, 0 for 21. So we'll see. I couldn't put this horse on top. The problem that I have in this race is, yes, you have a little bit of speed from the Becker tandem, but then you got a couple of first-time starters in Frostbitten Ears and Miss Freedom. And the problem with that is both have shown a little bit of early morning zip. So potentially we might have 4 or 5 horses gunning for the lead. And if it does, as we've seen in the previous nightcaps, I think going back about a month, always seems when that happens, somebody you didn't plan on comes from out of there. Now, if you're a price player, that might be exactly what you're anticipating. But for the sake of the exercise, I'm going 5, 3, 11, 9. We got the 3, 5, and 11 in both legs to close out the show. But I'm going to say 5 horse on top. Kyra Zest, currently at 9 to 5. But I can tell you right now, if that 11 gets home at 8 to 1, that's Milala. Ooh, that could be for a very interesting pick 4 and pick 3. Horses are going to be coming out. Reminder, that's going to do it for me. Keith Nelson has another race to call. But for those of you who are still alive, like moi, in your pick 3s and pick 4s, good luck. Reminder, we'll be back on Saturday. 8-race card. Looks like a good card. And again, I'm going to say it, a week from this Saturday will be the running of the St. Louis Derby. You want to be here. It's a lot of fun. For everybody here at Excel Entertainment, have yourself a great evening. Good luck in the nightcap. Be good to one another. And we'll see you again, win, lose, or draw, on Saturday. Good night, everybody.
Eighth and final race on the docket, sprints 3/4 of a mile for Illinois bred or foaled maiden fillies and mares. Scratch out number 4. The 9 is +1. Win, play, show, wagering, superfecta, trifecta, exactas. 5 minutes. Two minutes. Race fans, we have a late scratch in the 8th race. Scratch out number 1, Chinatown Girl. Number 1, Chinatown Girl, has been scratched, 446. At the time of the scratch, number 1 was 37 to 1, so it shouldn't matter much as far as the wagering pool. Again, late scratch number 1, Chinatown Girl, in the final race. field of 10 will be headed to the starting gate here momentarily. Final wagers for race 8. Loading up. Three left to load. Favorite Carazest has to be given a hand. Right now 8-5 has been the favorite throughout. Frostbitten ears must be a good story about that. It's turning out even better. She's going in. Waiting on Miss Freedom and then Derby Gala. Illinois bred, maiden special weights in the gate. And they're off. Very good beginning. Quick start for Turtle Pace, right where she wants to be, and flies down the backstretch. It's Malala up close in second. Third is the favorite, Carazest. Right between them is Miss DeCoin. Farther back on the outside of Fancy Feet. That is a move from Last Candy, who's moving up. Then a couple of lengths back to debuting Frostbitten Ears, who has a challenger. Another debuting type. Derby Gala is gaining. Miss Freedom, all three, their first parimutuel starts. On the far outside, gaining up ever so slightly, is My Treasure. And then last is Frostbitten Ears. Frostbitten Ears has given way down the backstretch. On the front, it's Turtle Pace. Next in second comes Miss DeCoin, fanned out. Around the turn is Malala into the stretch. Your favorite has a lot of running to do. Gaining up is Fancy Feet along the fence. Turtle Pace is still out by 2 lengths. Miss DeCoin is now in challenge mode. Turtle Pace, Miss DeCoin, nothing coming from far back. Turtle Pace, today was the day. Mr. Coin was second. Flying from far back was Derby Gala to get third away from your favorite Carazest. Turtle Pace ended up being your pari-mutuel wagering favorite at 7-5. 10 Mr. Coin, 12-1. Photo pending for third and fourth. $12 was third, $5 was fourth. Unofficially. $3, $10, $12, and $5. Into the winner's circle, winner of the 8th race, number 3, Turtle Pace, and jockey Victor Santiago, co-owned by Charles Ritter and Scott Becker. Scott Becker, the trainer. Turtle Pace is a 3-year-old chestnut daughter of Gallup out of the Wild Zone mare Turtle Pie, bred in Illinois by Mr. Bill Tippett. Second win for the Connections today. Winning time, 1:12 and 1/5 of a second, 12.24 seconds. 1 was a late scratch. Number 4 was scratched before post time today. Here are your payoffs. The exacta $38.80, trifecta $284.60. The late pick 4, $142.90. 10-cent superfecta $180.80. The late pick 3, $39.70. Consolation double 9 with 1 that was scratched late, $2.90. The late double just over $14. Thank you so much for your attendance today. We'll do it all again on Saturday afternoon, first post at 1:30.